All right, we are live. Welcome everybody. So today's video, we're going to be taking all our 3D print mail that we got. Made a little short on that. So we're going to be taking it all out of the box, showing you guys every individual part, and we're going to be installing everything onto the printer today. So buckle up for a little bit of a stream tonight. It's probably going to be, I would say maybe a couple hours. Hopefully everything works out. So you can see the printer in the background. I got a bunch of tools over there. So this is my second monitor I'm looking at. So it's a little bit weird. So first monitor, second monitor. This is where my Streamlabs is. And right here in front of me, I have the GoPro. So I can show you everything right here. And then we'll move it over that way and start getting some stuff set up. So, first off, got our nozzles. These are steel nozzles. We have a 0.4 and a 0.6 in here. So they just have like this little stamp pressed into the side. They look like they're pretty good. Now I know with my Troxy, I had the hole was offset. It was giving me quite a bit of issues on that. And that's our 0.6 right there. The stamping is very, very minimal on that. Yeah, that camera's not any better. So, two nozzles. All right, this here is some ptfe tough tubing from TH3D. Got about 1 meter here. Yeah, decently thick tube. The one thing I might not like about this is, it's not translucent. Like the white, you can kind of see your filament roll through. You kind of know where it's at as you're hand feeding it. But it's not too big of a deal. So we got this. And this kind of paper bag type thing here, we got a couple things. First off, we got a box of Orion fans. It's kind of funny because the job I have, it deals with like a little bit of heat and cooling. It's mostly for vending machines, but we have Orion fans in our machines as well. They make a 172 by 150 and varying thicknesses on that we use. Not cheap though, kind of expensive. So inside here, looks like quick connectors. And our fan. They just come with some open leads on here. And we got a brushless DC fan, 24 volts. Very nice. Just toss that back in the box for right now. We'll crack things open as we need it over there at the other table. some tubing cutters. We got a nice black cutter and tubing. And this will be our 5015 fan. It's actually been it's like heat sealed, a little heated plate they use to kind of press the plastic together there. All right, let's see what we got here. Brushless DC fan, dual ball bearing, made in China. Pretty good size pins in there though. I don't know if you'll be able to see inside there or not. Try to adjust the light here. There you go. Yeah. Reminds me of a swamp cooler. So that'll move way more air than what we got now. And this came with a quick connects inside the bag as well. And the big one, we got a magnetic build plate. So I got the smooth side on top. Magnet 3M tape on the bottom. Let's see. And textured side. So guys can see it has a pretty cool color to it. And it slaps right on there. So we'll be installing that as well. Okay, I think that's it for that. Let's go ahead and get you guys over there, and we'll get to put some of the stuff up on there. Let me just grab my things. And you guys are going to go for a ride. All right. And I'll move my microphone way over there. All right. And don't mind me, I got to get underneath these cables. All right. So I got a bunch of crap over here on the side. Try to pull out everything I think I need. Plate. Two fans, tubing clippers. Oh yeah, they sent me some Smarties as well. Don't take candy from strangers. And I think that's everything. I'm just gonna spin my monitor real quick. There we are. Just make sure I'm in frame. Kind of see what I'm doing. Right. Yeah, here. Alright, so let's move you guys down a little bit this way. That'll be okay for now. So let's do Let's do the bed first, I guess. That'd be pretty simple. So I'm just gonna turn this Sunlu on real quick. I'm gonna raise the Z-axis all the way up, kind of get it out of the way. All right, motion, axis, Z, and 100 should be fine. So if you guys missed the spool roller video there, I really like the way that came out. I might do something similar to my Tronxy over there. Alright, that is done. So let's go ahead and turn this back off. I'm going to make the build plate all the way to the front here and kind of point you guys in this direction. So, yeah, right there, be alright. So let's take the glass off. So the main issue is the glass. The glass is actually bowed. I mean, it's a really nice piece of glass, but looking down like this edge right here and frame, so that edge right there, it actually kind of bows. And I mean, with some mesh bed leveling, we got it to work all right towards the end, but it was a real pain getting this started up. So we're going to set this aside. All right, so here's the bed. We want to clean this real good so we can get our magnet on it. So I got some rubbing alcohol and a microfiber. You know what? While we're right here, let's check those screws. Yeah, just while we're poking around at things, because I never did check the build plate screws to see if they were tight when we set this up. All right, yeah, they're good. Make sure that dries up. All right, so with our Easy Flex sheet here, I'm gonna peel the magnet off for now. So this is just the magnet. We're gonna take a corner and we're gonna start on an edge, kind of work our way down. Just kind of checking for fit here. Yeah, that would be a good fit just like so. So we don't have to make any adjustments. So let's go ahead and take this corner. We'll do right here. We'll just kind of peel this tape back. Start it on the edge and then work it down. Kind of like putting a like an emblem on something, or like a fat head, a big sticker. You know, you don't want any air bubbles in there underneath. If I can grab the corner to get it started. Ooh, all right, got it. Okay, let's try to get her lined up. Best we can. Alright, so we'll go ahead and hold this corner down with your thumb. Lift this back up and go ahead and start pulling the tape back. As you're pulling the tape back, you can kind of make some minor adjustments if you need to. I kind of rub like in a back and forth motion to the edges. Put pressure on the outside or like in the middle and press to the outside, push the air bubbles out the side of the mat here. Go ahead and grab some more tape, start peeling it out. Make sure you're keeping pretty straight both edges here. Now you don't want to dig your fingernail into it, like use your knuckle. It's kind of like what I'm doing. Now if you had like a plastic scraper, I'll be able to kind of use that too. Didn't really have an issue. It looks like it went on there pretty well. Yeah. Yeah, so that came on there. That went on there really well, actually. See if I can spin you guys a little bit more this way. All right. So that's our mat. Magnetic mat is down. I'm going to go ahead again, and I'm just going to clean. There's a little bit of alcohol residue still on here. Just going to wipe the top of this as well. Make sure there's no debris on top of here. It's just a can of air. So we'll go ahead and take our plate now. Just kind of line it up and slap it on. And then let's see if I can get it a little bit straighter. I think that's might be able to spin it just a touch. There we go. Okay. Then you just got these two little tabs. Pick up to remove, slap it back down, and you're ready to print again. That is pretty heavy texture there. All right, so that's done. Let's see how flat that looks. It's looking pretty good. This is the closest thing I got to a straight edge. I don't have a metal ruler, but I got a speed square. That's nice and flat. That's definitely a lot better than our glass one that we had there. I did print out some other solid bed mounts here. Kind of just messing around with the idea. Some benchies. And some bed mounts. So these are bed mounts just made on the Tronxy here. Just a little hole through a cylinder. They'll sit up underneath. They're made out of ABS. And I made them solid. So 100% infill on these. And this was our vase mode test with it. With the Sunlu. That's just the PLA it comes with. Alright, so let's flip this over. We'll put these in. I got something similar down there now. These ones are a little taller and they're a little more sturdy. So we're going to shove these under here and then we'll have a solid bed. So, how do I want to flip? Let me take the spool holder here off. Yeah, how tight this one was. Oh, did it break it? No, didn't break. Almost. So, didn't see that video. Those were the supports that had to pop off. Now, go ahead, push this back. We'll unplug it. And we'll tip it. Let's make sure we got no cabling that's gonna get pinched. Alright. Figure it might be a little bit easier to tip this one over. The first time I did it with the bed just on there, it was kind of a pain. So let's try to get you guys a little more in frame. Yeah. You'll get the gist. Let's see. There's the knob right there. Okay. I don't know why the heck this camera's so dang hard to see anything on. A little better. Alright. And I have no clue how these are going to fit because this hole is very, very close. They're probably going to have to thread on, which is okay. Not too big of a deal. I forgot to pick up some like thread locker for that. I'll have to do that later. Without the tension of the spring holding on the little wheel there, they'll eventually just spin themselves off. And if these get low enough, say this wheel here, if they get low enough, they will smash into the frame back here. So you want to keep an eye on that. Little wheels are off. Bed is out. This is what I mean by the ones I made before. They're just these little ones. They didn't do too bad. But need something a little bit beefier for the long run, I think. And these guys here are definitely a little bit bigger. Oh boy, yeah, I might be threading these guys on. Maybe. Yeah, let me see. Just for giggles. Yeah. Maybe. Here's this one here. And they hand thread okay, but man, it's gonna take a little while. See if we can't speed the process up just a bit. The drill works way better than I thought. Whew, that thing's hot. See if we can, our next one here. I'm just gonna go ahead and lay this bed flat for a second. Let's see if I can kind of poke you guys through. Can you see? Well, kind of, sort of. There I am. So, take my drill, grab a hold of the spacer, and use the drill to do all the threading down I gotta do. At least most of it. There's that one. Got these two more now. I'm just going just until it gets tight. Not trying to smash this right up against the bottom of the bed here. All right. Just make sure they're hand tightened all the way on there. Okay. Those are good. I'll bring this back up. And let's see if we can put it back through the holes here. the glove and put our wheels back on. And now I can back you guys up a little bit. And I think if you get like a little bit of thread locker on there, this thing will be set and ready to go. Okay, tilt it back down. And kind of see here, that is pretty sturdy. So, bed's done. Let's go ahead and move to, let's start doing all the hot end stuff here. So we got some tubing switch out, and we got some new fans to install. Let's changing the lights. Sorry about that. Okay, I think that'll be good. Yeah, this bed looks freaking cool. It's like a brass almost kind of color to it. All right. Well, so we already have our red squirrel fan shroud on there, but this is for the 4010 fan motor, and we just upgraded and got ourselves a 5015 that we want to install. So we had to make a new shroud for the other fan, which I went ahead and did already. This is the new one, very similar. The only difference is the fan goes on this side instead of this side over here. And the clip is a little bit thinner. Alright, so let's go ahead and grab some of these. We're going to need to clip all this zip ties off the Bowden tube here. And let's go ahead and plug it back in real fast. We'll take the tubing out first, so I can heat up the hot end and pull the tubing out. And wrong way. There we are. And kick that back on. Alright, so let's go to temperature. Nozzle, we'll bump it to 210 would be fine. I get, well, 200 would be plenty. Go 200. Now it's gonna start heating up. Do I sound far away from back here, or do I still sound okay? Because I'm kind of just looking at my mic and trying to talk that way. Put my drill back. And 166, getting there. Oh, and also, we got ourselves a little heat gun. I had this for a while now. Still works. So we're going to check the bed temp and see how close it is against what the machine says. I mean, that's going to be off a little bit too, but I'll average them out. Alright, so we're up to temp. Let's, first let's go to motion extruder. We're going to pull out a few mils of filament here so we can start feeding it out by hand. Yeah, all right, so 40 was enough. Pull this out. Snip that out. Go. Spool this back up. And we'll set this off to the side for now. Okay, so let's take our clip off. After I drop it, take this clip off. And for these guys, just push them in, pull them out. And should be the same. Oh boy. So that one's a little hard to get out. Let's bust a wrench on it. Boy. They cranked that one on there. There we are. It's not warm. Why doesn't this want to come out? Dang, this one does not want to come off for some reason. Let's see, what else we got in there? Pretty shitty chamfer job there on the coils on top. Jesus. Bust out the linesmen on these guys, I guess. Oh. Whew. Got it out now, man. Look at the grab on that. I tore right into that thing. Wow. Okay. Well, there's the old tube. And we still have a little bit to do. We actually got to get tubing out of the hot in there. It's about like that long. Sits inside the block. We got to pull that out. So we're going to take apart all this, which isn't too bad. So cut our tie, exposing our screws. And what size are these? Of course. The size I didn't grab. Go ahead and pop this thing loose. And those are Phillips. Let's take care of them. Get the clip off first. There we are. Old clip is removed. We'll reuse the same screws. And take this apart. Ah! Screw down. And set that on the side. Silicone is hot. Go. There it goes. Whew. Man. Silicone gets warm, don't it? Okay. Silicone, screw, and another screw. Nipping hands. Okay. So let's see what we got. Go ahead and pop this nozzle off. Or not the whole heat block. Let me grab channel locks. There we are. Let's see. Yeah, the wrench is starting to get warm. How far do they have this thing threaded in there? There we go. Nozzle's out. Set that aside as it burns this table. And see, I could probably turn the temperature off now. Temperature, nozzle. Drop that back down to 0. I'm out of air. But you know, it cools faster with a fan. See, there's looks like a set screw. That inside piece, and then should be able to spin it right out of those cooling fins up here. I'm just letting it get cool enough to touch again. Yeah, 90's still kind of hot. Now we're down to 70 now. So we got to replace both these fans up here. And it's not too bad. The only issue is I forgot to pick up some heat shrink for the cable there. But I got everything else. Alright, 50 is bearable. Let's go ahead and get this taken off. Ugh. Of course, I got them things in there super tight. Just gonna go ahead and power it off for now. Oh, there we are. And this one. And there's that one. Take off that heat block. Now we're just left with this. So inside, that's what we got to get out. It's that piece of tubing. And I wonder if I can just kind of push it. Oh, look at that. There you go. You can. Okay, cool. So that's the tubing that was inside. We got to replace this as well.
Sorry, I don't understand.
Shut up, Google. Okay. So since this was already like the right length we need, we'll just go ahead and measure a piece off this out of our new blue stuff here. And slide it right back in the hole. Which hopefully it fits because I don't know if you guys can see that or not. Slightly different size. So before I go making a cut here, let's yeah. So this isn't gonna fit in here. No go. So we're gonna have to use the original tubing on the inside. A little bit of a bummer on that, but I think it'll be okay. So they did send us some extra pieces. Put a fresh piece inside here. Let's see. Sent us extra pieces that are slightly long too. So I have to cut them down. Let's make a little mark. That way we know where to cut at. Let's check fit with the old here. Let's make sure. Yeah, I'm really bummed they didn't send us, or that these blue ones didn't fit in there. So, got the new one in there. Make sure that set screw is nice and tight. Okay, it is. Alright, so let's go ahead, put this back on. Back plate. And not cranking it down until I get the other screw in. Make sure it's level as possible. You don't want none of that. That's looking good. Let's check our new tubing here. Slap this guy back down on top. Tighten this dude down. See, the end we just cut was it's like this right here. See if these slide through okay. Alright, so they do slide in, they do hold. Good to know. And slap our clip back in. There we are. That tubing's in. So we'll cut the final length after we get this all put back together. That way we can kind of follow this cable up. Have roughly the same length. And I could also just take this and cut it to the same length as this as well and just get it already hooked up. Let's go ahead and do that. Let's just go ahead and cut this the same size as this here. And hook it up into place. Just checking for reach, making sure. Slide that all the way in. Grab our clip and okay, that is in there. And we still have a decent chunk left over as well. So, I mean, you could probably get 2 machines out of this, or just save this in case anything happens to this one here. Okay, let's go ahead and take these fans off. That fan and the others are Phillips. And grab this fan. And pop our light back out of here. There we go. The old shroud. And now we just have this kind of mess here. We'll get it all straightened up. Ooh. That's one thing I should have done. Didn't even think about it. I'll put the block back on. This, go out of my way. There we are. Put the block back on now. Make sure those threads are clean. Okay. So what I learned, I'm going to shove that about halfway. We'll go ahead and let's grab a new nozzle. Throw a new nozzle on there as well. Let's grab our .4 steel one. Make sure that's .4. Yes. Come on. There it goes. So what I learned in the past is you want a little bit of a gap here and smash these together. Don't put one all the way in, like the nozzle all the way in, and then put the rest of it down on top. Kind of meet them in the middle in there. Leave a little bit of a gap up top here on your nozzle. So, channel locks to hold it in place. And the wrench, if it's the same size, well, would you look at that? It is. Give this another turn. Don't want that nozzle sitting up right against the block here. Okay, got a little gap right up in there. This is all assembled now. I put it back on. All right, here's that. Nice and solid. Set back up there. And now we have all this here. So, let's see. Gonna pull this back a little bit. Use a piece of electrical tape. Hold this sleeve back. Just for now. And let's look at starting to get our fans hooked up in here. Alright, so they got the light in with the cooling fan here. And we'll be able to do that still. Just be a little wonky would be all. Let's see. See what these quick connects look like here. Alright, so they're just like two ends going to this, and you smash them down. It's kind of like a T-splice. except it's only taking two ends and putting them together. Kind of bulky, but we might have to use something like that for the fans, or not the fan, but maybe the light, the LED. I mean, I got some butt-end connectors as well. DC brushless, ball bearing. Yeah, this should be quieter, the one we just picked up. Well, let's I guess snip it off and we'll figure it out from there. It's just some DC wiring, not too big of a deal. Make sure we give us enough lead on both ends. In case we want to use this fan for something else. Okay. Got our new fan here. We definitely don't need all this wire. So we'll snip back some. And some wire strippers. Start stripping these out. Very, very tiny wires. Alright. So I could solder these, but I do not have heat shrink. I have electrical tape, or I could do butt-end connectors, or their little splicers here. So what do you guys think on that? What should we do? Should we solder them, or use splicers that they sent us? Or I got butt-end connectors that are small enough for these as well. Just these guys here, you know, they're a little bulky, but we could definitely hide these in the sheathing too. Ugh. Just trying to think here if we solder them, where do we go for there from there, you know? So I'm gonna have to try to insulate them from each other somehow. Alright, so well, electrical tape it'll be for now. We'll just solder them together and kind of separate them out with this. So, somewhere in this pile of mess, soldering iron. Well, not really a soldering iron, but hot and pokey. Contact. Let's see, we got on. And there we go. Wire strippers can hold that. Keep it from falling over, right? No. Linesmen will be able to hold it. Yeah, that worked. Alright. Yeah. To the solder out. Prepped and ready to go. Let's wait for the iron to heat up. But while we're doing that, let's go ahead and put these together. We're just gonna kind of do this type deal with the light. Just kind of splice it in with a fan here. And then take this. Yeah, you know what I mean? Red to red to red to red. If it's all the same color, it'll be alright. And tie these together now. Real tricky thing is going to be trying to hold all these freaking things together at once. Okay, they're all together. Iron feels hot. Let's see what we can do here. Yeah, right there. There we go. That's soldered up. Excuse my soldering skills. I haven't had to do it in quite a while. Piece of electrical tape. There's that piece. Now let's get the negatory side. So we'll tie the light back into the fan. And tie that into the power here. Alright. Some solder. There we are. Nice thick coat of solder on that. And a little chunk of tape. And this will be good to go. We'll clean these up later with some shrink wrap on that, or heat shrink on these. We'll clean them up at a later time. It'll be easy to open them up and just burn the solder off them and replace it. Alright, so new fan is now hooked up. Put that out of the way. Let's go ahead and place our part cooling fan here. This one actually comes with a clip, a little pin connector for your board, but we don't need that. So again, snipping it off. And we'll snip off this, like about right here. Just leave enough to be able to reuse the fans. If you need them on something else, or you want to add it to something else, you know. No point of just throwing stuff away. Alright, these leads are kind of like glued together. So we just gotta peel them apart here. Alright. So, strippers. Strip. Fan. Strip your power side. And now let's tie these guys up with each other. Right, and let's solder this down. Come on. There we go. Yeah, looks good. Yeah. Chunk of tape. There we are. And the last one here. Solder this up. There we are. And turn that iron off. Burn down the house with it. Okay. Yeah, that looks like a good solder. Get those in. Here we go. Fan is done. Both fans. And the light. We saved it. This thing's going to be screaming for a little while. Really don't want to get on that thing's bad side. Let's see. Can I hang this somewhere? Okay. That's safely out of the way now. Now we can start putting this all in our new shroud. So let's see here. We got that snaps into there. We got a fairly long screw going through there. Yeah, I don't know if I got one stock that would make that distance. Let's see what I got for screws. Hell of a screw right there. I think I found one. Oh no. That's to be longer so I can put a nut at the end. See what we got. Yeah. I might not actually have one. Go the distance. No, because these don't thread through here, do they? No, they should. Just not at the start. Yeah. Give me 1 sec. I didn't even think about that being so wide. Just to not have a screw for it. No. That wouldn't work either. Just a touch too big. About to get it with the zip tie. I don't know if I have anything in here the right size. Maybe. Come on. Give me the screw. And lid. I think I got one. Yes. I found one. Stripped to shit, but I found one. Oh, come on. Did it crack? Alright. Got it. So it took some poking and prodding around, but we found the right thing we needed. And we'll fix this real quick too. Barely even notice it. Okay. Now let's get this fan on. So this one, it goes this way. Sit in there like so. Man, again, stock screws still don't fit. Good thing I bought a couple screws before I started playing with all this. I only got 2 on this side, so might only be getting 2 screws in it for, unless I want to put silver ones in. I got some silver ones in a Phillips head that'll go through here. But I think that'll be sturdy enough. Ain't gonna go nowhere. Kind of see where we're getting at here. Come together. This light kind of tucks in right here on the side. pops through the little hole. Make sure that's in there snug. All right. And then looks like we could kind of tuck our wires down here on the side. Something like that. There's like a little chamber right there. Like so. And this one way out here, I guess it's just going to have to kind of loop around back. Something like that. That should work. Yeah, I think something like that should work. Go ahead and check our fit. It's like a freaking glove, man. Fits real nice. Yeah, it fits in there really well. Let's go ahead and put that silicone sock back on before we forget. And weasel this up in there. Like so. Grab a screw. Come on. I just had it. What's going on here? Something in the way? I don't see nothing in the way. Try to get the top one on. Okay, top fit well. Here's the bottom. Yeah, that thing's sturdy. Alright, snake around to the other side here. Well, let's see. Might be able to just pull this back some. And yeah, I have no clue how I'm gonna get a clip right there. Guess I'll take the fan back off. I'll take the fan off, let's put the clip on. Figure out which way it goes now. So, all right. That looks right to me. Yeah, okay, that little peg sits in the little peg there on the fan. So yeah, it sits this way. Just a matter of getting it to sit in there. There you go. Couple of screws. Let's see. What do I got? What do I got here? Yeah, those guys are pretty long. Let me get some of these short ones. Got a couple short silvers right here. That. And last one. Nice flush. Pop this guy back on here. And making sure we're all the way tightened up here. Go ahead and throw the screw back on top. Alright, that's pretty solid. I think nothing's going anywhere. Now we can take all our wiring right here. Wiring will be tucked in like, well, kind of like so, right up through the top here. And yeah, that's what you'll see. And of course the tubing will follow this around. But I think that looks pretty clean like so. So let's take our tape off of here that we use just kind of set this up out of our way. And slide it down. And now we'll grab a zip tie. And swing around the back. We are, and snip that off. All right. I think we got it. A little longer than expected it to take. But it's on there. Let me adjust you guys just a little bit here, so you guys can hopefully see this thing in action a little bit. All right. That's what we got. Here looks good. Brand new nozzle, new tubing. Let's go ahead and straighten this up. I'm not like squeezing these super tight or nothing, just enough to kind of hold it in place. Clean this up. All right. Stretches all the way to the end, good. Comes back nicely. Kick it on. Hopefully no sparks fly. All right, let's go to temperature, fan speed. 100. Yeah, that definitely moves more air. Let me try to grab something to show you guys. It's got like a tea light candle. It's about to blow it out. It's like just a pitter of flame from way over there. Let me kick this light off so you can see. Alright. So you got our tea light on the bed. It's about 5 inches off the bed. I'm just starting to get it close. And blew it out. So, that's pretty good. That moves quite a bit of air. I do think it might be slightly louder, though, than our little 410 fan was. So let me go ahead and I'll shut this fan off. And let's do a preheat for PLA. So it's heating both the bed and the nozzle right now. We'll see if this actually worked. Well, our light kicked on and our fan kicked on. You can see the light actually shines through pretty good. It's shining down here at the bed right now, but once it's over a part, I mean, it's going to be shining right on top of that part. So the light actually comes through, I think, better in this shroud than the other shroud because it was getting blocked. But that could have been my mistake as well. Maybe I didn't get that sock on right. Now, I will say this fan is super quiet. Like, very quiet fan on this. Test print, make it dance. Well, I gotta, since we put the solid bed mounts on there that we printed, and a new bed, the height of the bed changed, so I might have to adjust the Z sensor as well, so the machine doesn't go slamming down into the bed trying to home. So that's the last thing we gotta do before we can actually get it moving around here. I'm waiting for it to get up to temp. Bed is warm. It does transfer heat pretty well. Yeah, once we get this up to temp, make sure everything's running smooth. Then we'll adjust our Z home switch over there, and we'll try to get it to print something. But as for now, shits and giggles, let's see what we actually read here. Dead center. Machine says 52. We're at 120. Let's change that over to Celsius for you guys. 49.5. Let me get it straight on for you guys here. Alright, machine says 56. I'm getting a 52.5 out of that. Check our edges. We're at a 50, 51.5, 50.7. Back here in this corner, we're at a 48.4. And dead center, we're about a 52. So the machine's like a couple degrees high. So just keep that in mind. Full excuses, nah. I'm telling you, if I get this thing to print right now, it'll probably slam itself right through this bed. Those beds, level bed screws there, like the solid screws, that's the original size. The other one's like this high. But we are preheated for some PLA. I'll get the spool hooked back up here. Get that fed back through. Let's see if we can get this fed through. Of course, not our first time. Find the right angle on this thing. There we are. Oh, feeds for the new tubing real nice and easy. Yep, we're down at the hot end. And there we are. Cool. Well, it feeds nice and easy. That's nice to know. Yeah, I really do like this fan here. This one's super quiet. I think this one's more quiet than the Troxy over there. Yeah, it's kind of doing some cleaning up here. I got a lot of crap all over the place. Looks like it did. Well, thank you. Yeah, I think it came out pretty cool looking. Now we got it all set up. So, new shroud, new fans, new tubing, new extruder, spool holder, new bed, and updated firmware. So quite a bit done to it. But we've been getting a little bit better prints every time we mess with it some. One of you guys gotta let me know what to do with that glass bed too. If there's a way I can maybe reshape that. I've seen people before, they'll take like some tape, masking tape or so, put it on the aluminum, and kind of force it flat with the bed clips. Yeah, I can hear the fan in the PSU is louder than this now. Before I couldn't hear that. Sounds like a car running AC. It's kicking on and off. Put our extra tubing back. Oh! That's a little bit of cleaning up. Alright. We finally got all this junk cleaned up here. Alright. Nice clean table. Alright. Let's I guess let's check this and see. Home and everything individual right now. Alright. Let's go ahead and home our Z and C. where we are. Extra tubing for the Tronxy, yes. Yes, it could be, because that one has a couple tight corners in it that it doesn't like to feed through right away. And I don't know why my chat box isn't working on screen there again. Thought I set it up the right way. Oh well. Alright. Home Z. Let's see. Okay, so yeah, we will have to adjust that because I just watched it push the corner of the bed down a little bit. So we're gonna do motion, move, Z. We're gonna move it up about 10 mils. And then we'll actually move it down to where it's pretty close to the bed. And then we'll move our Z sensor up to the right spot. Oh, it does work. Look at that. I don't know why it didn't stay on there. Might have to adjust some settings to get it to stay on there longer. Okay, let's shmoo. All right, let's slowly lower this thing down. All right, I'm gonna start moving it over. Just so it's on the corner of that mat there. Right there. And then the Z axis, I'm gonna move down just a couple touches. See where we're at. And I can move it by the 10th as well. Now this isn't like bed leveling. You don't want to do the paper thing now. I'm just trying to set the actual Z sensor up. So I'm going to go into here and disable the steppers real quick. Let's see. Try to show you guys what I'm talking about over here. Right there. Some light. Right there. This here little Z home switch. And we're just gonna adjust that up a little bit because the bed height changed. That looks like it might be a 2.5. And it's a 3. Okay. So this fits on a T-nut. Just need to loosen it just a hair. Just kind of trying to get it where it just clicks. All right. So let's go ahead and try that and see what happens. I'll move you guys so you can see both. There you go. Let's go back to motion, move axis, Z. We'll bring it up. And then we'll home X and Y separately. And now let's home our Z. That looks pretty close. I'm gonna go to motion. I'm gonna move the X over. Just a pinch. Hey, I think we got it right our first try. It looks pretty good. So now let's just do our auto home. Okay. Well, that worked out better than I thought it was gonna. Thought it would have took me maybe a couple tries, but that worked out pretty good. All right, so let's go ahead. We'll set up a bed level, and we'll try printing something and see how it does. And maybe we'll see if we can make that thing sing too. All right. Piece of paper. Clean some of that schmoo off. And we'll go into here. Motion, bed leveling. And we will do level bed. Click to begin. And we'll baby step it down. Still a little bit uneven. I probably could have got that Z sensor just a touch higher because I bottomed out my Z move. Alright. So mesh leveling is on now. We'll just baby step it down for the first print, see what happens. Make it with still Dixie. I would have to make an M300 code for that. I already have the code for the other one. Let's I mean, we'll try it real fast. Well, maybe not, because it is sliced for the Tronxy. I'll tell you what, we'll slice something real quick, and I'll put it at the end of the print. So while Kira's gone, I'm gonna grab another drink. I'll be right back. I haven't tried this before. Not bad. Alright. So we are using a steel nozzle now, so I'm going to bump the temperature up just a little bit in Kira. And now that we know our build plate's actually a few degrees off, we'll bump that up a few degrees. So instead of 55, we'll say 58, and that should give us our 55. And we do have arc welder enabled. So let's go ahead and load up. Go ahead and load. Let's see, something quick. I don't want something that takes hours to print. Let's see how long this will take. Oh, here we go. I got a little screw. It's like a mini version of what's on the spool at about 42 minutes. We can do that. just gotta bring up Notepad Plus real quick. We're gonna add some code at the end of the print here. Okay. So, we got to load it up. Attach the SD, print from SD. Alright, bed is heating. So, yeah, we went from 55 to 58, so it has to just go up just a little bit. Rick's head. Yeah, I could have printed Rick's head. I didn't think about that. And I can hear the thunder out there. Alright, baby stepping it in. Let's see where we're at. Yeah, it looks like it's getting on there okay. It does look a little funny on a heavily textured bed like this. Alright, so we're looking about 42 minutes. And we got some pretty good bed adhesion, it looks like, going on. Maybe just a touch thin. Might be pressing a little bit too hard on there, but looking pretty flat. I don't see any like real thin spots or thick spots in there. I'll come back over here, hang out with you guys. I can see chat. Pickable. Spin my Yeah, that thunder's roaring out there. That fan just kicked on. Man, that fan is a little louder. Lightning alert. Well, the weather radio didn't start blaring, so I guess we're all right. Wow, that fan is a hell of a lot louder. Moving a lot of air, though. How's the stream coming through? Stream coming good through okay, or? I haven't really checked on the stream much. Looks like it's doing okay. Yeah. That fan blows hard. More blow than I ever had. That light does look pretty cool on there, though. That GoPro's not good for live streaming, really, but it's like a perfect rectangle right in front. Can you hear the thing running? It looks like you can. I'm seeing the audio bouncing up and down there. Yeah, you can hear it running. And I even pushed my microphone back over here too. All right. Let's check on our weather here, see what's going on. Like Bill Super. This is going nuts. Yeah, I know. Oh, yeah. It don't look like nothing too severe is going on. A little bit more going on Oh, on the west side of the state, really. That thing is cruising around, isn't it? Let's see. Alright. Yeah, I'm not getting good layer adhesion there. So, there might be some adjusting to do. 1,000 millimeters a second, yeah. Yeah, it's not laying down the plastic. So, I think we got some more adjusting to do. It's probably that stainless steel nozzle. So, I'm going to go over there, stop the print, and retry. The initial layer looked good. I might just have to slow it down a little bit. We'll see. It looked like it had kind of a tough time extruding. Because, I mean, it got over to the end and still had quite a bit of... It stuck down pretty good. But... Oh my god, the shine! Now you guys can see that. It just kind of messed up the top there. Yeah, so I mean, I bumped up the temperature a little bit, but I guess we're going to have to go a little higher. Because it looks like it was having a hard time pushing that through. And, yeah, the bottom has a texture to it now. It's not all shiny, silky smooth like glass anymore. Yeah, super crunchy and brittle. I'm just going to go ahead and print the same G code in here. I'll just do the adjustments on the machine side. And we're just going to tune... bed temp was good. Let's bump our nozzle to let's say 220. And our speed, let's drop our speed down to 90%, and we'll see what happens there. And I'm getting about a 53. It's a little hard to pinpoint that with the little gun here. But, we'll see. Yeah, we might have to baby step this back down again. Or maybe not. Looks like we're good right off the bat. Alright. Let's check that out. See how we're doing. Bed's sitting around 55. Looks like we're getting a good first layer again. Alright, so 225 is our nozzle now. 90% speed. Let's see. So after we can tune it and on the machine here, we'll know how to set up our Cura slicer. There goes that fan. Woo. Alright. Well, looks like it's doing okay so far. Maybe it was too much cooling. I don't know about that. It just seemed like it was kind of like when we were speed testing this thing. It seemed like it was doing a little bit of that. And then when it left the print after I stopped, you could still see it extruding out material, even though the extruder wasn't moving. So I don't know if it's having a harder time pushing it through the nozzle, if the nozzle's not warm enough, or that tubing we switched out on the inside was a little off. So I mean, it's still cruising around pretty good. Let's see, this is just a screw. It's like a little nut handle piece, and then this threaded pipe that's hollow. Yeah, that's a Hank Hill problem. Alright, looks like it's laying down supports now. Yeah, that fan is at 100%. Am I on Twitch? No, I'm not on Twitch. Not just the YouTube. You know, the messages actually pop up in the little chat box on screen faster than they do on a chat box on my monitor for YouTube. Alright, let me get a closer look at this, see what's going on. Alright, we're laying down the plastic. Hopefully this don't mess up the stream too much. Surfing the web. Let's see. It's nice because I can kind of watch the print right here on the side. my second monitor. You know, it's not the best looking, but you'll be able to tell if it starts making spaghetti. All right. Yeah, it's looking a lot better now. So I think the temperature was the issue. I know we had to do the same thing on the Tronxy, was bump up that temp when we started using that A2 plated steel nozzle. Which this one I think is just a straight steel nozzle. I don't know. Did they know if they plated these through TH3D? That's where the nozzle came from here. Let's see. Fans. No, you think it's just steel? It's not plated? They're just normal steel nozzles. Yeah, so they're not hardened and they're not plated. Okay. See, now I was just wondering if it made a difference at all, having the one on the Tronxy being you know, a micro Swiss nozzle that's actually plated, you know, if it'd make a difference in temperature. Because this one's running hotter than the Tronxy has to. My Tronxy runs PLA at 215 on a 0.6 millimeter. This one's running 225 on a 0.4, which maybe it makes sense. Smaller hole it has to feed it through. So A2 tool steel, wear resistant. That's the one I got. It's made from A2 tool steel, heat treated to 5762 RC and plated with twin clad XT coating. Yeah, so they're a little bit different. Now, the micro Swiss are pretty nice, I think. Had great luck with it. We'll see how this comes out. So far, it looks like it's laying down plastic pretty well. No, I mean just off our little infrared heat gun there, it was the build mat was off. But we also changed build mat, so I don't know if the machine's really gonna know that. It just has the thermistor underneath. So far, so good. Let's see how it gets when it starts doing the actual thread. And it should speed up. Yeah, the camera's probably over there vibrating like crazy too. Let's see, it's got to be almost done with the actual knob there. I got a little ways to go still. I think once it's done with the knob, it'll start speeding up. Let's see what we got going on. Then I can screw you. Yeah. It's almost done with that knob. Gotta go around it a few times. So I've been seeing this stuff on an injection molding machine. Let's see what this is about here. Oh, okay, I see what they're doing. See, I thought it was actually an injection molding machine you could buy. It looks like somebody's made it. You just took like basically like a drill press and hooked up some plastic melting equipment to it, like a crucible with a mold inside. It's getting there. I think it's about to start the threads here in a couple minutes. Let's see. Yeah. Got a few more layers to go. This is a 50% scale, so I'm trying to see the difference in scale here between the one that's on the spool holder over there. All right, I'm gonna get another drink. Keep an eye on it for me. All right, I already see maybe a couple minor issues on there. Look like there's some layer adhesion issues right on the edge of the knob over there. It's kind of where it like peeled up, like you can see some steps. So we'll have to take a look at that once it's finished. But the new build mat there has been working out pretty good. Parts staying stuck to it. Yeah, you could print on the smooth side. I wouldn't see why not. I mean, I'm sure it'll turn out kind of like, maybe not like how the glass bed did, but kind of probably like how my Tronxy bed is. Now that I smoothed it out with all the acetone I put on there. So it'll come out like just a smooth, matte kind of finish. Not like, you know, some of our other prints here. Let's see. Got the, I got the 0.6 in as well, so I'll have to also make some adjustments for that, sure. So this was the last benchy we did, and it and get in there and focus, you bastard. Well, yeah. So I mean, it was a good boat, but just a little bit there. The first one was, it's white. It's such a hard freaking material to show on camera. But let's find one we did on a glass bed here that looks like it came out pretty good on the bottom. So probably this one here. You see how like shiny and reflective that is. This one here was another good one. Just the layer lines were a little bit more noticeable, but pretty shiny. I'm sure it'll come out kind of like that. The bucket. Yeah, we printed the bucket. Bucket came out like glass. You can see that. Real shiny. Oh, you bastard. Well, it just looks like infinite whiteness you can't see. There you go. Look at that. See my ceiling fan in there. There's the microphone. Yeah. Yeah. And that blue is my keyboard. See a little bit of the keyboard through there, but yeah. That turned out like glass. That's cool. So like that textured matte, I don't know, the material, it looks kind of weird. Almost like hammer forged copper or something, you know, like that's how the back of your bottom of your print kind of looks like. Yeah, this 0.6 here, I think let's try this next. and see how it does. I pretty much just clone the Tronxy's settings on there and then work it from there and see what happens. Alright, it's doing threads now. Well, at the end of this print, we got the Nokia ringtone set up. So we'll see. And the speaker in this thing, I don't know if it can do multiple frequencies or not. So it might just make a bunch of weird beep sounds if it doesn't work. No, like on the Tronxy there, it sounds just like the actual phone did. Yeah, you can't even see it, but that computer back there has Kira open. You can kind of tell it's Kira, but it's so far out of focus you can't see exactly what we're supposed to be printing. Let's see if I can zoom in on that computer, on the part, and see if you'll be able to see it through that camera. Yeah? No? No? Not really. I'm gonna open Cura back up. I changed it over to dark mode, so hopefully maybe you'll be able to see it. What about now? Kinda. That gray background on here. Probably good as it's gonna get. Yeah, you can kind of tell now. Basic shape anyways. But I'll have to print out another benchy and see what's going on with it. Get it printing good again. Now that we changed the nozzle type out. They had the brass one doing pretty well, actually. With this one here. That one came out really clean. Well, I think we started doing the threads now. Oh man, we've been live for 3.5 hours. Let's see. Well, I think might have found the next thing to do with the Sunlu here. And I think the next thing we do to this machine would be silent drivers, if anything else. So silent drivers, we have to put in a new board. And I think the board would have to get, I believe, is a SKR 1.4. I think the 1.3 would also fit as well. And we can get our silent drivers on there. That'd be the last thing I think that we would have to do. If anything, I mean, the motors aren't too bad. And if you're not in the same room as it, you know, it's not too bad at all. I don't know, if you don't have it printing, you know, Mach 1 either, it's not too bad. Let's check our progress. 60%. Threads look like they're coming out pretty clean. Yeah, look like good threads on that. Filamentous. Too fast, too filamentous. I think it's doing pretty good. We can get the let's see. Let me look up something real quick. We can get like the on the side of the fan shroud there, we can put like the little Mach 1 speed racer emblem on there. And put the big M in the front of it. And do some red pinstriping. Yeah, looks like it's coming out pretty good. At least this this part of it looks like it's coming out pretty good. So like I said, I think there was just a little bit on the knob that I didn't like. So I have to peel that off the bed and take a look. Now we'll get to see how this bed works. Popping it off. That rain didn't last very long, did it? Oh, I already passed. It's done with. Looks like a decent weekend, though. That's gonna be nice. That's gonna be nice. Let's see what we got going on. See if they did anything with the Sunlu. Are we there yet? No. Stop asking. Get there when we get there. Okay. I'm not seeing nothing new for the Sunlu. Still out of stock on that assortment. Screw nuts. So we got some solid bed mounts with a GoPro attachment on them. They have an easy ABL mount. China's out of stock. Why is China out of stock? They got all the slave labor they need. One, two, three, four. That's just 4 drivers. I wish they had some more stuff on the Sunlu. I don't know exactly what. Like, you know, they got a bunch of, you know, the Ender 3 stuff. And I know some of it would work. But they just have everything labeled. It's approved and it'll fit. Like in an Ender 3. So I wish they had stuff like approved and made sure it'll fit in a Sunlu. Which I guess you can get anything to work. But they got the boards and stuff on there. you know, for the Ender 3. And I wouldn't mind them having boards with silent drivers and stuff already, you know, set up for Sunlu. That'd be nice. It'd be a lot less headache messing with firmware for a few hours. Oh, about 80%. Man, that thing's putting out some heat. Infidel. Yeah, 42 minutes didn't seem that long when I thought about it. I guess I was wrong. 42 minutes is taking a long time. And it's gonna be more than 42 minutes now because we slowed it down actually by 10%. Put another about 5 minutes on there. Only 38 minutes to go. Nah, it shouldn't take that long. Let me see how long it's been running. Well, it's been running for an hour. Just under an hour. 56 minutes. So, oh, I think I said 85%. Let's see. Ah, man, I don't got it. 56 minutes, 85%. So we do 56 times 100. Yeah, I might only have like 10 minutes left. Yeah, so far the rest of it looks like it's coming out pretty good. Yeah, I don't have any issues with that. Those threads look real nice. When it starts getting close, I'll have to move the microphone over. We'll gotta see if that speaker works. What do you got here? What? Hey, bust out a calculator already? $42 divided by 60. What? No, that equation doesn't make sense to me. It's not, well, not how it's written anyways. I just do like a ratio. It was like 56 minutes at 85%. And cross multiply that with x over 100%. So you should get 5,600 what divided by 85x. Well, no, I guess you would put that in decimal form first. So it'd be, would it be the same? 56 divided by, yeah, it's the same number. You don't have to put it in decimal form. So yeah, about 66 minutes is what it should take. That'd be my guess. Oh, okay. 6.3 extra minutes. I thought you were going for total time while you were trying to figure out what total time was. Well, no, if it was 42 originally. Nope, I just hit the desk and the dog barked. It'd take about 66. I mean, that's still not 6.3 extra minutes. I don't know, the damn thing's weird. It never says what it's gonna print out anyways. Alright, right now we're at 63 minutes. %. So my guess was 66 minutes. We'll see. Oh. Message deleted. There's only like a few words on the blacklist. That's one of them. I don't have it set up as like the standard blacklist, so you can get away with saying a lot of crap. There's only like a few words I have on there. Alright, I'm gonna move the mic a little bit closer. Hopefully you guys be able to hear. Not near the printer itself, but see if it does its little jingle at the end. Oh my god, it sounded like it was dying. Alright, that speaker does not do musical tones very well. Alright, well, let's pull the plate back forward here and we'll see the flexiness of it. Here, I'll leave you guys over here so I can talk to you. Ugh, I'll go down the stairs. Alright, back on the other side. Alright. So, here's our little part. Let's see how it works here. And we'll just do a little. Hey, look at that. That worked pretty good. See if I can put this back on here nice and straight though. There. And let's see. Kind of show you guys that. That's what it made. And I think the part I was talking about was, where is it at? It's like on one of these little bits here. I think it's like right here. So, yeah, a little hard to see. But right there, just like a little bit of a step. But I mean, all in all, came out really well. For just, yeah, you didn't hear it. Yeah, it just sounded like the machine was dying. It did. It didn't do the musical tone very well. So, yeah. Move that light out of the way a little more. Just this little piece here. None of these like cameras here have good up close detail, which I'm sorry about. But let's put that back. There we are. But no, it came out pretty good actually. All the threads look pretty smooth. Just like a little bit of stepping on like the sloped. Shows better on the big cam. Shows like a little bit of stepping on the slopes there. Or like around these little holes. On the edges here. Oh, excuse me. But yeah, came out actually pretty well. All right, let me move you guys from the printer over to here. And hey, look, it's a bunch of U's and TVs. Let's see if I can find a color and dim it down. All right. More dimming. Yeah, somewhere in there. But yeah, all the threading looks pretty good. Not seeing any steps really per se. I don't see a zipper down the threads at all. So I bet if I made the nut with this, it would screw on real nice. There was just like a little piece. Yeah, like some little bumps here and there. But yeah, it was like this right here, just these inside pieces. Kind of see the layers a little bit. Little bumps here and there. But I mean, overall, pretty good. I mean, it's a pretty solid part until you break it. Not a good layer adhesion there. It looks like it actually finished that layer and like didn't even adhere very well. I mean, that popped right off pretty easy. Might be some issues going on there. Threads are strong. Can't break the threads at all. Wonder why that didn't adhere well. Right in here. Yeah, I mean, but like, I was able to just to pop this off pretty easy. Like these couple layers here didn't do too well. Some reason. The rest of it's pretty strong. Like, oh, there we go. Got the thread to break finally. I mean, there's no crushing it, but you can kind of get it to pop apart if you kind of like peel up at it, pull off the layers. I mean, for what it's intended for, it would never see that kind of stress. It's like someone trying to purposely break it. But like force on it this way, not gonna break, or this way, crushing force, you're not gonna get it to break. But if you start trying to pull the layers apart, you can get the layers to pop apart. But not bad though. Pretty clean print there. The inside looks good. So what this piece was is just like a tiny version of what's on the spool right now, holding my filament. So like this goes over that aluminum tube, and it just spins over the aluminum tube. And then you'd have this connected, and then you have a nut. Looks like this here that would screw over top, then have another nut. Screws on the back of this to hold it in place. And it just kind of smashes your spool down. Yeah, the layers didn't seem like they adhered that well. So we might have to do something to get some stronger prints out of here. I mean, maybe if we print an ABS or something, you're not. Yeah. If you're printing ABS or something, you're not going to be using that fan, so maybe stuff will melt together a little easier or bond better. But I mean, I could probably go over there and take some of the PLA parts from the Tronxy and do the same thing and just pop them apart. But definitely not a bad print quality anyways. And the parts are strong enough to do what they need to do. Their intended purpose anyways. But, yep. that's the machine. We got a print out of it. So just a couple adjustments to make. Would try to like to show you guys this texture if I can. Let's see. Can I get the texture to show on camera? Kinda. You see like a little bit different, like shiny spots in there, like little speckles. It's textured just like the bed. It's rough on the bottom. And I'm sure if you flip the plate and print on the smooth side, it'll be smooth on the bottom. But so if I pull off my Rick, you'll break. No, I don't think you'll break, especially, you know, popping the sheet. I mean, it came off just fine. It didn't break until I yanked on it. You know, pulling it apart against the layers, that's the weakest spot on a 3D print. But yeah, like I was saying, like, you know, force in other directions, that's pretty hard. Like, that's trying to squeeze the tube down. I'd have to get pliers to probably break it. Yeah, just a little bit of layer adhesion issue there. I think they were too easy separating like this. Especially this piece right here. I mean, that almost looks like just two finished top ends there. But I don't know. There might be something we can do. Kind of get those to stick a little better. But I think that's going to do me in for tonight anyways. Okay. We had a 4-hour stream tonight. So, still got to work tomorrow. But I don't know where we'll take it from here on the Sunlu. I think it's set up pretty well. I mean, we're printing good quality parts out of here. You know, appearance-wise, as right now, we'll have to make an adjustment for that. Layer adhesion. Some messing around I can do probably for sure. Get it a little better. But thank you guys for sticking around and enjoying the stream. But I'm gonna take off. So, yep, just stay tuned. Subscribe if you're not subscribed yet. Check out the channel. I got a bunch of stuff on the channel for you guys to watch. And I'll be uploading some more stuff. You know, I try to upload at least a short maybe every day. Bigger stuff, you know, probably every other day or every few days. Sometimes it takes a while to record and get them edited out. But yeah, thank you guys.